And picking up right where we left off. Hark the growing crystals ping. We still need to get to Neotech Steel before we can actually get off the ground with Intangible. So that is on the to-do list. We have all our glassware ready, and a bunch of gems besides. Will it be enough gems? No. But those are the gems we've prepared. Another backup iron pick will be required. We're also kind of counting on finding coal in the wild again to fuel our torches. But other than that, into the abyss we go. Actually, there was that one mod I wanted to check on yesterday that could make this whole mess easier. So we make ourselves a compass. And we left click with that compass. And nothing happens. Because I didn't install Finder Compass. So we are indeed looking for our materials the old-fashioned way. There's a lot of noise this way. And kind of a cluster of monsters on the map. I wonder if there's a dungeon this way. Whatever's going on over here, the monsters are really dense. It sounds like they're above? It's so hard to tell. They could be anywhere. Well, we have discovered water. And that's a lot of skeletons and zombie health bars. So we're not coming at that from below. We confirm they are real, and there's a lot of them. Now we have a way out again. Ah, it's a skeleton in the water, which is deadly. So we'll just wait for him to come to us. Here he comes. Yeah, you can't chase old skeletons in the water because they fire faster and inflict more knockback than you can move. He'll reach us eventually, though. Here it comes. Alright, now the skeletons are out, this chamber is basically ours. Zombies in water are a non-threat. And now that we've captured this chamber, it's ours to loot. So that seems to be everything. So that takes care of the noise and the coal vein. And we need to get back to digging for resources. Oh, look. Fortune has brought us our first 4 diamonds, and predictably, there's lava right there. Oh, let's not go that way. Lava directly in the way means we go the other way. This will just be your typical old school strip mining scheme. Once I get these obvious exposed resources out. Nothing here but more coal. Ah, redstone. Excellent. Where there's one redstone, there should be more. Apparently not today, though. Nothing in this branch. Nothing in this branch but granite. And we've been there. Nothing here. The tunnel fragment over there. And we're fresh out of pickaxe. Over a stack of coal is good for torches, though. Two more picks, and back we should go. First, though, what does it actually take? We need an electric crucible. Mostly what we need, though, is going to be power cables. So we can power these machines, new machines. We may have the means to electric crucible already, but it's going to take more iron than I have prepared. Also, here's bronze. What was the bronze for? The alloyer, it looks like. Also, bronze makes the electric logger. We can eventually switch over to advanced generators, which is a much more efficient way to generate power. It's just more expensive to get off the ground. We need more glass, which means more sand. There's got to be a better way. Well, that would be enough glass for our immediate needs. And if I could get a solar panel built, then I could trickle charge this thing while we're out doing other things. That's a bit pricey. But we have the redstone for it, at least. What we don't really have are the spare batteries kicking around. A big part of our problem right now is that our machinery that allows us to double materials is very inefficient to run. We just don't have the power to feed it. And we're just not going to until we progress farther in the tech tree. Because upgrades simply aren't yet possible. That's one of the flaws of Neotech as a tech mod. It really makes you struggle with all of the problems that it has before it even lets you get a whisper of how to solve them. Oh, more fire. I think it's only the one block of it, though. But that's okay. We can leave that there as our marker to turn around. Coal is plentiful, at least, but no risk of running out of torches. More redstone, certainly a welcome sight. And a decently large deposit of it. Bringing us up over a stack. We're getting into, yes, lava territory. I think that's kind of it for this branch area. More iron is always good. This is not a very good mining branch if it just goes right behind the wall. Now we got coal, but with our pickaxe close to broken, the redstone takes priority. And there it goes, with a breaking noise. I thought that breaking noise didn't exist yet. It didn't happen the last few times we broke a tool. Our redstone stocks are going up, and so is our stock of garbage stone. For the electric alloyer, we need these 2 iron tanks, which we are cooking the iron to deal with. Those 2 weren't ripe a moment ago. Our blue crystal stock is looking up. There's our 2 iron fluid tanks for making the alloyer. That's 4 bronze, 2 silver, and a block of redstone. I have no available silver. Our power here just continues to drain. I would like to get that first solar panel, but that's 2 batteries, and that's silver we don't have yet. So the silver has got to come first. Here you go, have another 100,000 power. Doesn't really seem like much when the battery itself has a cap of 500,000. But every little bit of energy is precious, considering how efficient, or how inefficient, this whole system is. Maybe I want more furnace generators? Because they do, 2 of them do go into the next generator. So a second furnace generator might not be a terrible idea. And a chest. Let's put that right there, fill it with coal, and now we are producing enough to run both machines simultaneously. One machine is stopped, so our power is being produced at a slight surplus. And lead, battery. Into basic storage. Into basic solar panel, glass, iron, redstone. Unfortunately, now that we have it, we can't do a thing with it because we need structure pipe. Iron and more glass. Funny that the glass is the hard part here. And in order to make this work, it's going to need 2 energy interface pipes. And the wrench. Good news. Let's plug it with a pipe before anything falls down that hole. Our energy interface pipe. Which we configure to insert power on that blue face. And now we need it to be daytime. the other energy pipe, and the solar panel on top. It's generating 8 per tick, but that power isn't going anywhere, because this pipe needs to be configured to extract power. And ideally, it should extract power from every side except the side that goes down. Now it's generating 8 per tick, and that 8 per tick is going straight down into the base, as it needs must. Now we're generating nothing but surplus power. So maybe the coal should come out of here. We have power coming in, and it's not doing anything. More sand would be nice. This is still burning its last piece of coal. That's where that power is coming from. And we have our first solar panel in play. So we look forward to this battery being fully charged whenever we stop paying attention to it. Back toward the alloyer, we have the silver now. And the tanks don't count for a quick stack. Because they become entities with data, same as the batteries. Electric alloyer ready. By itself, useless. We also need the crucible. 2 more buckets and a cauldron. That's a lot of iron. A lot of iron I don't have. Gold dust doesn't do anything, so we will smelt that too. Our power needs are being worked on. Guess I'll just grind some more sand while I wait for everything to cook. This stupid little manual grinder gets a lot of mileage. Alright, how we doing? 15 whole sand from all that. Well, it puts us in a better spot anyway. Now it's just 4 copper and 2 redstone. I don't have the copper. What I'm doing there is a quick way to divide by 8 to get the multiplier. Basically, if I click drag a stack over 8 spaces of my inventory, then that divides by 8. That's how many pieces of coal I'll need, and then I just put all of those into the furnace. A lot faster than actually doing the math. The current in and the current out always lie, because they can only track a single packet of energy at a time. Neotech was not exactly the best written tech mod. It's just the only tech mod available for this version. And that gets us our crucible. Technically, we have all we need to make steel, except for a tremendous surplus of power. And the cables to move that power around. So, in practical terms, we are nowhere near what we need. In the interest of being very, very cheap, I can't even do that. Because if I put the two machines here, then they will only get fed by the solar panel, because this pipe is pushing energy into the storage. I have nothing pulling energy back out of it. The thing to do would be to shift this pipe over to the right, so the energy interface coming in from the solar panel is directly above. And then I can extend a second pipe out the back that removes energy and then distributes it around my machines. The trouble is, every interface pipe is an entire block of redstone, which is not cheap. Even so, that's kind of what we're going to have to do here. Wrench says that's an insert pipe. Unfortunately, it's currently dark, so that's not producing. So we'll supplement with a bit of coal. Now I need an extract pipe. Right there. And it extracts on its connected face. We'll also need another insert pipe. I have the spare furnace generator. Do I want it next to the crusher or the furnace? I'm thinking the crusher. So that's now an extract pipe. And this should pull power from that and put it in here. CNC working. This pipe can go here. We'll connect it, I guess, just like that. And adding these two new machines is going to make my power network very unhappy. But here we go. Electric alloyer. 10,000 power, pulled straight out. Electric crucible. Another 10,000 power. And we also need the electric solidifier, or none of this works. On top of even that, will have to be a spare fluid tank. So that's 2 more tanks. Glad I made the spare glass. Tank 1. Tank 2. Electric solidifier needs 4 lead. There's a creeper at the door. Buddy, get out of here. The electric solidifier, for now, we'll put back here. That's another 10,000 power straight out of the system. Is it night? Because I'm only consuming 20 and I should be pulling in 28. Maybe it's not. Yeah, generating 0 from the solar panel. It is not currently daylight enough. So our main difficulty is that we can generate at most 40 a tick right now. 48 during the day. This costs 20 a tick. This costs 20 a tick. The crucible runs at 100 a tick. The alloyer runs at 100 a tick. The solidifier runs at 100 a tick. These are very expensive machines to feed power-wise. And the only way I can really pull it off is with a full storage and a stock of pocket batteries. It's not pretty, but you do what you gotta do. And the goal, of course, is steel, molten. which 144 millibuckets is an ingot, by the way. So 1 ingot molten iron, 1 ingot's worth of liquid carbon gets us 1 ingot molten steel. Charcoal gives us 2 ingots worth, coal gives us 1 ingot's worth, a block gives us a block's worth. So the first thing we need is for our power situation to be solved. Maybe that is one more furnace generator on this side. It won't be enough, 20, 40, 60, as opposed to the 100 that we need to run just one of these things. But it means we'll be able to slow down the power drain. That's on the chest, another 4 iron. I don't have the iron again. Here we go. There. Furnace gen number 3. Power is now pouring in. Which will soon bring us to the next problem of Neotech. The interface pipes themselves have limited throughput. $2,000 RF per packet with a delay of 20 ticks per extraction and a speed of half a block per tick. So there will come a time where we need to upgrade the pipe itself. And upgrades still aren't yet possible, although we are getting closer. So the fastest way, or the most effective way to steel would be to do it in the fewest operations possible, which means for the crucible and the solidifier, entire blocks worth. Because, oddly enough, these don't differentiate between solidifying a block or solidifying an ingot. And this doesn't differentiate between melting a block or melting an ingot. Both take the same amount of time and therefore the same amount of energy. The hang-up will be the alloyer, which will only alloy 1 ingot at a time. And that's at 100 RF a tick for 1,000 ticks. That's a lot of power. We are kind of approaching the ability to pull that kind of power, at least for short periods. Let's make sure all the generators are fed. And we will begin this sprint by melting an iron block. I'd do it with an iron ore instead, but then you get the dirty stuff, and I'd need the centrifuge to clean it as well, and that's just a whole nother operation that I can't afford. Power is disappearing. Because as stated, our production doesn't come anywhere near meeting our need. But it only has to do this for short periods. Which is how I intend to get away with it. There's our block's worth of molten iron. Using the tank, I'll pull that out, put it in the alloyer. We now have molten iron in the alloyer. Power is rising again. Next step. Plenty of power. We do it again with a block of coal. As power goes back to the disappearing phase of things. But our coal stock remains good, and our basic solar panel is doing its best. There's the liquid carbon. This is going to be the real sprint. Ignore this, it's lying again. We are not losing 100 RF a tick to anything right now. Once this hits, I don't know, 4,800 or 480,000, I'm going to get the carbon in the alloyer, and then it's going to have to be able to do what we just did 9 times consecutively. Hopefully I have enough pocket batteries to make this work. And hit it. Yeah, that power seems to be falling a lot faster than it was before. Oh, we've got coal in here. It's still daylight, so we still have the tiny contribution from... Oh, we're losing daylight. Oh well. We're losing 8 power a tick. In the grand scheme of things, not that impressive. We have our first ingot of steel, but only molten. I think this will work. The 3 generators are keeping the drain limited. I don't know if 4 coal will be enough to run the whole process. But we seem to be okay. Stick a battery in. Push that way, way up. just to have a guarantee. And the last stage will be to transfer the block of molten steel into the electric solidifier, and that's again just going to be one operation to turn into a block of steel. What we're going to need right now is to bother an Enderman. That one. Hey you, come this way. Ender Pearl. Perfect. Just what I needed. There's another one. Would you come over here too? To this 2-block tall tree that you can't attack me under? No pearl. Unfortunate, but that happens sometimes. I don't see any more Endermen on the minimap, so I'm going to have to be content with the one pearl that I have. That pearl is going straight into a mob net. Power is still doing fine. This is trundling along. Coal supplies. Maybe we supplement the coal supply a bit. I don't remember inviting you. While this whole mess processes, I'm going to need something else. A lab area. Did something shoot my cow? No. It just made a distressed cow noise for no reason. No, there's another Enderman. Unfortunately, it's daylight, so the Enderman will be more interested in running away than in engaging. And that's assuming I can even find it, because it's basically right here. It must be underground. I'm not chasing the Enderman underground. Power's getting low. But we're almost done. There we have it. And this should be enough power for the one last operation necessary to turn this molten steel into a block. Do I really have only 6 stair blocks left? Almost finished. There we go. Block of steel. We went to all that block of steel trouble because I need to make a net launcher. Which battery I use in the creation of the net launcher dictates what its power reserve will be. So using the advanced RF gives it 100,000 RF in its back pocket. It automatically drains from batteries in inventory. Which is a useful feature. Because it means once I progress to a elite battery made of diamonds, then I can just have that on hand and have it power all the electric stuff I have on me. Why is power falling? Because the generators have died. We'll need the stone later. For things. Things and stuff. So while we have the steel ingot, or the steel ingots, we can also make an electric pickaxe and an electric sword with our other batteries. And honestly, I'm going to want to make additional batteries instead of using the ones we have, because the ones we have are pocket power. That's 5 steel. We have 6. The basic battery is iron. I'll just grab a bunch of lead, silver. I know gold goes into it. Basic battery 1. Basic battery 2. That's the steel. I need the lead. Upgraded battery 1. Upgraded battery 2. Electric sword. Electric pick. Both are now fully charged, and both of my pocket batteries are fully empty. We will refill the pocket batteries. So what we have here with our steel tools are electric tools with no upgrades that function basically as stone tools. The electric pickaxe has a mining level of stone and 3 attack damage. Which is the stone pick. The electric sword has 5 attack damage. Which is the stone sword. So I have these 2 articles at the ready and fully charged. Problem is, they're worthless. Unless you need a stone pickaxe with an increased durability. And that might not be too bad, actually. The important things are that we have our net gun at the ready, and some construction materials with which to build a lab. And that is going to go up here. For reasons that may become obvious later, it really helps to have this up on the surface. Sunset already. Boy, daylight just doesn't last. We are now fresh out of shovel. Inconvenient, but acceptable. There's a witch in the distance. much as I would like to capture a witch first thing, we're not going to get very far unless our first capture is a passive animal. Ran out of coal again. It would have been more efficient to cook this stack of cobblestone if I had just used 8 pieces of coal, as opposed to whatever the heck I tried to do with the furnace generators. The electric furnace is simply less efficient than a vanilla furnace, which is very irritating. I've also got to grind more iron, going through a lot of iron. More birch, which is a weird thing to need because I don't like birch. Turn these numbers off. Why am I way back here cutting trees, when I specifically planted trees for cutting over there? Ran out of axe. That will happen a lot. Also chop these. The more of this we have, the easier things will be later. Need all our glassware. And I've kind of drawn a blank on the last thing, but there's one or two more things that are still needed. One of them is a stone pressure plate. A chest. Honestly, a double chest. Alright, let's get to work on this lab. First and foremost thing here, the star of the lab. Is the bone cage. It doesn't do much on its own. We'll put the stone pressure plate in front of it, so when a creature steps on the stone pressure plate, the cage closes. When it does that, in the closing, it vacuums whatever creature is in front of it into the cage. So this is now a very simple bone cage trap. The next thing we do is place 5 blocks like so, a lever here. The funnel connects to the bone cage and siphons the creature's soul out. That's the idea anyway. Have a chest at the ready. And then any old full glassware. I would honestly rather have this extending toward the right, just because that's the way my brain works. But here we are, and that's the direction that things are kind of going to be going. Now around this whole arrangement, we are going to need a few things. Not least of which is right here, a totem pole with ocelot on it, so creepers don't explode. The reason for that will also become apparent in the future. But there we go. An ocelot pole to prevent creeper explosion, which right now just protects the whole radiant from blasts. And then we're going to need to enclose the whole thing for our safety. Shame I only have the one door. I'm going to need the second one. Another thing that would be weirdly important is that this end needs to be exposed to the outside for the idea that I have going. And we'll leave a maneuvering room in the back. Lighting numbers, not looking good. And this will just have to be a largely undignified box for now. With a very simple roof. Which will definitely have to be expanded later. So I need a second door. And more roof slabs. Something's here. Probably, yep, a creeper. I'm kind of wondering where my background music went. It wasn't there all last stream, and it's not like I've turned it off. I just don't get any. This roof is also going to end up being very temporary, as it's not tall enough for some later applications. But for the immediate right now, this is fine. I'm just going to do this so I can see. And this is now, nothing can get it. Make sure our interior lighting is fine. It's not. And there we have it, the Soul Lab. Let's go find our first volunteer. Minimap says chicken. Chicken in the modnet. Just do a little decorating here, so this is more obvious. Alright, time for science. Chicken goes in the cage. And we turn on the funnel. What we have going on here is the funnel is lit and pulling out the chicken's soul. The splitter is lit and pulling out the chicken's soul. The splitter is incorrect. This splitter needs to be something else. So try to replace the second splitter with a gourd. Try again. Gourd is incorrect. How about a decanter? We have now learned souls. Discovery, benign soul. Splitter, decanter, splitter, splitter. That is the combination for pulling out a benign soul, which is what chickens have. Put our glassware in here. This is where it's going to live now. Now with that little discovery, our knowledge gem has increased in knowledge. And there are more things that we need to learn and do. Too high. Get out of the ceiling. So, souls. Detecting, extracting, directing, storing, and types of soul. We have new information. Soul types. We've discovered the benign soul. They are present in creatures that act passively or gently. They are useful in magics that require benevolence or passivity. Storing souls. Apart from the corporeal container from which a soul comes, I theorize it is possible to store souls permanently in an artificial structure. Such a construct would need to be made of a material that exhibits complete neutrality and passivity. I wonder if I'm able to infuse the benign souls that I have discovered into a neutral material, such as stone. Would such a material exhibit the properties I require? If it does, and can theorize the creation of an infinite well of these souls, by setting 12 blocks of this benign stone arranged in a ring, 3 blocks per side. So the material is sentient stone. We can imbue rock with a degree of sentience. It's manufactured with, well, this is where things get a bit expensive. Because we need relay columns. We need a lot of relay columns. Because 4 of these relay columns are used in the manufacture of stone. They cause the soul to be ripped apart. And this brings us back to extracting souls. We've identified the benign soul. Next step is to get the soul out of the body. For this, we theorize a soul relay device. 2 relays on top of each other create an amplified but very short range attractive field. 2 such redstone power pillars on either side of the bone cage will destabilize it and pull it entirely from the body. To make soul relays, we need 6 stone rings, control circuits, and blue gems. A single soul relay powered by a redstone current will cause a detached soul to walk towards it. 2 soul relays on top of one another do things. Yep. 2 relays, one above the other, will concentrate this effect, but over a short distance. 2 or more such pillars, spaced 1 block apart, should create a field between them that will destabilize the soul and allow its removal. And 4 such pillars could do terrible things to a soul at their center. So, time to make some soul relays and do terrible things. That's what all this stone is for, or at least that's what much of this stone is for. I'll now illustrate a very fun part of how this machine works. I don't have to put in single items, I can put in entire stacks. It just takes a double click. The first for a single item, the second for everything in hand. And so doing, I can fill up every one of these 4 slots with a half stack of stone. Pull the lever, 4 stone rings. You like stone rings? Here come the stone rings. Stack of stone rings. Will that be enough? Probably not. We'll keep going. Two stacks of stone rings. Will that be enough? In the long run, almost certainly not. For our purposes currently, I guess. The other problem, I'm going to need more soul bone. how much soul bone? Well, I'm not entirely sure. Because the soul relay is made with a blue gem and 2 control circuits. Control circuits, soul bone circuits, soul bone splinters. So every single... Okay, soul bone splinters into 6. 3 make a circuit. 3 circuits make a control circuit. So these 2 control circuits are 1 soul bone, each of them. By which I mean 1 soul bone makes 2 control circuits. We're going to need 4 of these relays minimum to start. And with that, I can make more soul bone. But to get everything up and running, we're going to need a bare minimum of, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13. Yeah, like 13 soul relays to really get off the ground. I only have 8 bones. So let's start with the 4 that we need and move on from there. I should also probably prepare to make some more gems, because there's going to be a lot of them necessary. It might be to my advantage to permanently power this bellows with some kind of redstone clock. But frankly, I'm not interested in the noise. So here we go. 4 soul bones. Makes splinters. Divide the splinters by 3. We will need 8 redstone. That makes our soul bone conduits. Divide the conduits by 3. Eight gems. That makes our 8 control circuits. Now we have control circuits, gems, and stone rings, which gives us our 4 base relays. Add 2 levers for the easiest way to make this happen. 2 polished granite, since that's kind of my style. And it's dark. That's okay, the lab is indoors. Alright, chicken. Time for some ominous upgrades to your enclosure. May as well remove this for now so I don't accidentally step on it. Underneath these, we will place activated levers. Because the redstone current will be necessary. And an activated lever is probably the cheapest way to do that. I think I want another granite block. Just so the stone pressure plate has something nice to sit on. Here are our stone relays, or our soul relays. This setup is now powerful enough to remove the chicken's soul from its body. That zombie is working my garden. I did not ask it to. Take all our bones. I do mean all our bones. He brought us a free carrot. How polite. Whoa, that one just... I watched that one spawn. These zombies could also provide more bones for us through a clever secret, but I don't have the means to do that right now. So what we're going to do here... What are you doing? Are you going to be fine down there? Nope, he's coming my way too. Be gone. Anyway, right here at the output end of the device, we drop all the bones. And now we remove the chicken's soul. There it is. Chicken soul, standing on the soul bone. That's it. The chicken soul has been removed from its body and placed in the output gauge. It'll just wander around, kind of aimlessly. I actually don't know what it'll do. We can't do anything with it right now. Meanwhile, I'll take a free bone. Yeah, we just have a chicken soul randomly wandering around. As for the chicken, the chicken no longer has an AI, and it just died. When you pull the soul out of a mob, it becomes a hollow mob, which means it has no more AI, no more movement, no more function, and after just a few short seconds, it will begin to rapidly take damage and die. Chickens don't have much health to begin with, so they just die immediately. The next thing we need is the next 8 soul bone, the next 8 soul relays. Oh yes, this is Legacy Minecraft, with one of the best mods ever written, by a developer who quit. We are playing Minecraft 1.8.9 Intangible. making control circuits out of soul-infused bone and funky gemstones that we found. And that's not enough gemstones. Let's melt some more in the lava forge. And shove those through the glass blowing mold. We need more blue gems. I knew it wouldn't be enough. What we're doing right now is constructing a machine that will rip a creature's soul apart and infuse it into stone. For that, we need more blue gems. 16. Top that off. Control circuits, ho! It's more expensive than difficult at this stage. We've built everything required to get the whole process going. And I'm forgetting that I need one more of these. This thing contains blue crystals, which I'm growing over here. The first blue crystal is made by dropping a soul bone and a piece of lapis into a pit of water. And they combine and grow the first crystal. Then you can harvest them when they're ripe. You can tell they're ripe when you right-click on them and they make a dinging sound. Ripe ones usually produce more than one blue crystal. Like that. And you can replant the spares and keep the extras in your glass blowing setup, which is you drop blue crystal into flowing lava, it becomes liquid crystal, it goes into a blow mold with a mold in it, and you run the bellows to complete the craft. And then I have a hopper pulling out the completed gems and sticking them straight into that storage chest. So that melts in the lava, becomes blue fluid. And it makes gems. I did try that to a certain extent with the dropper, but the amount that I need is highly variable, and the amount that I'll have is also highly variable, so I don't really have enough consistency in the demand to make automating useful. There are also other things, other molds that I'll have to blow the blue crystal into. I also have to manually, I have to monitor the crystal falling to the lava because it doesn't always fall correctly. But it theoretically could be automated if you could figure out the inconsistency issues. The bellows can be run by an alternating redstone signal. And then you could also trigger the dropper on a long timer and basically process everything that way. It would still be slow, but you could do it. And speaking of bellows, I'm going to need another bellows. So that is iron casing. And some wooden planks. Is that not how that works? It is how that works. It's just specifically on the rank above. Then we have a cage. This spare cage and bellows is going to greatly increase our bone supply. We'll get more polished granite because that's apparently what I'm building with. Next phase, we have souls coming out of here. So right around here, I'm going to need the stone infusion device. It's going to require 5 levers. Right here should be fine. Block to stand on, soul relay. Block to place the soul relay on. And then power. These 4 blocks get double relays on them. Oh, but I don't want to... Oh, and there's the chicken soul. You're a little early, friend. A little early. But you're also illustrating an error I've made. So I'm actually kind of glad that chicken soul came by. We can't just power this one with a lever immediately. I'm going to need to run a redstone current to it from another lever. First, we'll just reset daylight. will need light, or nighttime, for hunting, but that comes later. I want it here, or... No, we want it here. So there's the lever that will activate the stone machine. And for that, we're running a redstone current out of that. And it has to reach here. Not a very difficult thing. Let's use cobblestone here, so it's clearly a construction, and I don't accidentally break it somehow later. And there we go. This thing's spinning. Put that block on it. And I think I'm getting a little ahead of myself. I'm very ahead of myself. We need levers under here to get those relay columns spinning. Another one here. And another one here. That's our 5 levers. And now I just need to get out. Perfect. All this is spinning as it needs to be. Those 4 gaps need to be filled with stone. Now the hunt begins. I need benign souls to make benign stone. The obvious candidates are going to be the nearby chickens. So let's grab that chicken in a net. Oh, free arrow. Must have been a dead skeleton. More sugarcane for eventually making our enchantment book setup. Anyway, chicken goes in the cage. That lever is put on. We rip out the chicken's soul with our soul machine. It pops out. It's attracted to this center area, and the 4 soul relays rip the soul in quarters, turning stone into soul-infused benign stone. Cruel? Undoubtedly. Is it the worst thing we've ever done in Minecraft? Absolutely not. And now the chicken, unsold, just kind of dies on its own. And now we need more chickens. If I had more ender pearls, I could make more mob nets and have more than one chicken carried around at a time. But that is not a luxury I have right now. Out comes the soul, over there to the apparatus. Out goes the dead chicken. Deadly and mystical brutality. I see a third chicken. You're the next contestant on your death will be swift. Did I refill the stone? I did. Doomed chicken. Conduct doom. Soul gets piped through all the blue crystal glassware. Over to the apparatus he goes, and gets ripped apart. Dead chicken. There it goes. Already dead, just doesn't know it. Now we have 12 benign stone. 12 is the amount we need. Because with 12 benign stone, we can make a well of souls. And this is the storage pit for souls removed via this process. So we'll turn off that device. Those relays are still spinning. It's fine. As long as no soul goes into the center of it, it won't be a problem. Now this has to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blocks. So the Well of Souls is going to have to be farther away than that. But not so far they don't see it or go into it. So I guess the well can be built here. The difficulty with the Well of Souls is that it's a permanent construction. This can never be moved. Here we go. 12 benign stone. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Boom. We now have a Well of Souls that contains no souls. In order to fill this well, I'm going to need to collect more volunteers. Probably chickens, to be honest. A nice core of benign souls is certainly going to help. Oh look, bones. We need more of those. Always more of those. Zombie. Zombie, I would like to introduce you to something. Come right this way. Thank you. Now I will blow your skin off. Zombie is now a skeleton. I don't know where it's going, but I'm going to take its bones. So we need more bones, we need more benign souls, and we need more ender pearls. So I can have a larger stock of mob nets. Seeing plenty of skeletons around, no endermen. If this zombie is so eager, we can turn him into bones too. Just right this way, if you please. All you need to do is walk over this pressure plate. Thank you. And you blow your skin off. It's another one. Amazing. This one is being a bit more difficult about getting in the cage. There. Remember to peel your zombies. That one did not drop bone. Disappointing. Aha, but we have an Enderman on the field. Somewhere. Minimap says he's here. Noises say he's underground. Well, he took damage from probably water. I don't know why he's losing his mind, but we'll just knock him out hard. That ender pearl gives us a second mob net. They stack when empty. They don't once there's a creature in them. Put the stone in there. Actually, I think I do need another piece of benign stone. Just to have at the ready in the chest. Oh, that's another Enderman. Will you give me another pearl? No. Seems to be a busy night. Mostly spiders around, though. Which, while theoretically useful, don't help me right now. Skeletons in the hole. Creepers everywhere. Aha! Chicken. Net the chicken. Didn't quite back off from him fast enough. That's fine. There's nothing out here that I really care about damaging. Minimap also keeps mentioning that there are squid in this direction. Squid are also considered passive and therefore have benign souls. So I'll take that as well. And there's cows. These cows would have been much easier to collect if I'd known they were here back when I was filling my farm. Cows and chickens due east. That will be good to know. Let's go yank these benign souls out. That'll get us another batch of benign souls, or another batch of benign stone, and then our first soul in the well. Squid, have a nice trip. Out it goes. Its soul goes into the tearing apparatus and ends up in the stone. Squid is dead. It just doesn't know it yet. That is empty. Chicken. Soul Terror is off. So we'll put the chicken, ideally, in the well. Here it comes. Benign soul in the soul well. Perfect. Everything is working as it should. This chicken is also already dead. That, everything is going according to plan. What I'd like to do here is right here in the chest kind of display the combination of how these things work. So I have the benign stone here as a marker, and this is splitter, decanter, splitter, splitter. That's it. Splitter, decanter, splitter, splitter is the combination for a benign soul. And that's how that works in my head. I think a baby zombie could fit through here with no glassware in place. That's just something I'll have to put up with, I suppose. So now that we have the benign soul figured out, it's time to hunt some other types. We are going to have to expand our knowledge of how souls work and what types there are. And we'll also have to replenish our supply of splitters. So besides the benign soul and passive animals, intangible provides oh, 3 more types of soul that we can access right now. Which is going to be an exercise for hunting at night, mostly. More ender pearls would certainly be nice. In the meantime, I also wouldn't mind building up a further stock of benign souls, benign stone. Because that eventually is needed in kind of mass quantities. So just collecting more benign souls is fine for now. Once night falls, we can start looking for some variety in our soul-based diet. This cow is dead. This cow gets to be in here, so I can make more cow. You two must produce additional cow. That will kind of simplify the whole cow thing and get us a supply of benign souls as well as cow-based materials. Wait, the lever is on. Oh, because I didn't. I took up all the glassware. That's my fault. That cow was still living when I killed it. Bits of an error on my part. I think it's time to make a trash chest. Flint, steel, chest. And a button. Where to put it? This flushable chest deletes its entire inventory whenever it's powered. So I can put in things like this junk pressure plate. Or these excess seeds. Because we don't have composters right now. Composters came later. Garbage goes in. Hit the button. Garbage is gone. And it looks like we have a marvelous nightfall to hunt more creatures with. Skeleton, give me your bones. I will take your bones. Spider. A new specimen. Second spider. Also crucial. I see an Enderman on the map, but it's raining, so I don't know what he thinks he's doing. What is going on with this Enderman? Well, it's gone now. The Enderman in question... Oh, and now it's back. So it must be underground. Oh, how dare. More bones for me. Now, we have mob nets full of spiders. Spider goes in the cage. This is the glassware combination for a benign soul. It probably won't work for the spider, but it's as good a starting point as any. Nope, it immediately fails. You cannot extract a spider's soul by beginning with a splitter. Well, what about a gourd? Gourd, yes. Followed by a decanter, no. How about another gourd? Second gourd, also a no. So this isn't a decanter or a gourd. Maybe it's a splitter. That'll be annoying. I have to make so many more of those. It's not a decanter, which leaves the spiral. Third one, not a splitter. Could it be another spiral? We'll find out in a moment, because a zombie has wandered into our flensing cage. What do skeletons see in my front door? I don't get it. Blast your skin off. And steal your bones. Anyway, about the science. Spiral is not the third entry. So it's not Spiral, and it's not Splitter. Could it be another gourd? Also, one zombie released the other zombie from the cage. That's a little annoying. Gourd, Spiral, not gourd. Therefore, decanter. And the fourth one is not Splitter. Perhaps it's another decanter. It is. You discover the predatory soul from spiders. That has made our first predatory stone. And we have a soulless spider to go vanish into the corner. This next predatory soul we will consign over to the well. There it goes. Excuse me. Just a perfectly harmless, soulless husk of a spider. Now would you get off my front door? Off my lawn. I want your bones. I get an arrow. Alright. Predatory stone and predatory souls discovered. Bounced my shot off the tall grass. Creeper. Mad as it sounds, a creeper is our next target. And as before, I'm going to want 2. Which means I'd rather they didn't despawn when I approach, because I need to net a second one. There you are. So this is the predatory combination. Our next test subject, the Creeper. Remember, this totem is an Ocelot totem, which prohibits creepers from exploding. There's a reason I put that there. Now, let's try and get this creeper's soul out. First piece of glassware is not a gourd. Is it a spiral? Also no. How about a splitter? Check. The second one is not a spiral. Is it a gourd? Check. The third one's not a decanter. How about another gourd? No. So it's not a decanter or gourd. Is it a spiral, or am I going to have to go make splitters? It's a spiral. Is the last one a spiral, and is that lever on? That lever is on. Unhinged soul discovered. Now the creeper, devoid of soul, immediately attempts to explode. It cannot, because the totem pole is there. But if I hadn't placed the totem pole, then the creeper would have immediately detonated, taking out most of the lab. Bit of an issue, that. Kind of had to be solved before it became one. So now we have unhinged stone and the unhinged soul combination. We're also out of splitters and low on the rest. Make sure this is empty. It is. Time to make a few splitters. That should be enough for the time being. Put away all this garbage. And may as well recharge the net launcher while we're here. Power is tip-top. We'll leave this iron to cook. There's enough in the battery to do it, and we'll rely on the solar panel for trickle charge. The next type of soul that we have access to is a bit more difficult to get a hold of in large numbers, at least without appropriate preparation. And for that, I'm going to need another large box, or two. And that. It's also going to take a stupid amount of doors. Yeah, a couple of trapdoors wouldn't hurt either. As well as just a few ladders. I know, I'm building up a mystery again. So what I need to build here are two small artificial villages. Basically, villager breeding centers. The reason behind two of them will be revealed later, because we're only populating one right now. They have to be close enough to where I live that they remain chunk loaded while I'm home, so they can, populate. So I think the first one will be right here. Oh, we have a target. You there. And you as well. Two witches. Perfect. Now, the rest of this nonsense just needs to leave me alone for now. Boy, there's a lot of it. I know there are creepers as part of the pack too, but don't know where they went. I just lost track of time. It became night. Anyway, everyone can burn now. Enjoy your burning. I would make some more captures, but I'm out of nets, and witches are important. I know this could be one block wider, because water blocks... Whoa, hello. Because water blocks moisturize farmland out up to 4 blocks away. But I don't feel like it. I could also use a wall block for extra security. What I don't want to have happen here is I don't want the villagers to mysteriously phase into the ground and suffocate because they don't know how physics works. So we'll just make it completely impossible for them to drown in that 1 block of water. And now we give them walls. Nice, secure walls with complete corners, so zombies can't hit them through the corners. The next thing we're going to make sure we have is a way to get in. which is what the ladders were for. This whole setup will also need some torches. There's our entryway. Yeah, that guy's not going to give us any ender pearls. He's just booking it. I would like him to, though. Come here. Can I impress upon you the need to come this way? No. It's daylight, so every time he teleports, he loses aggro immediately. Such a shame. Now he's sufficiently angry. And we have a pearl for our third mob net. Perfect. Couldn't have gone better. Wait a minute. I think I'm making a mistake here. I need more cobblestone. Nothing wrong with another empty mob net. A bucket of water for very soon. And I need more cobblestone, which surprisingly I'm running out of. Plenty of dirt though. Way too much dirt. Don't really want to use dirt as a structure block. Cobblestone is already quite low budget enough. What we are constructing here is effectively an exploit. In Minecraft, the definition of a village is a collection of buildings. And the way Minecraft defines a building is easily exploited. Why did I not put a block here? A Minecraft building is no more than an interior space defined as an area shielded by the sun. On one side, and an exterior space that can see the sun on the outside, separated by a door. That's it. That's how Minecraft defines a building. A village is no more than a collection of such buildings. A whole bunch of interior spaces divided from exterior spaces by doors. And the reason this is important is because villagers will breed with one another to reach some predetermined population cap based on the number of unoccupied buildings. Oh, hello. My sword's gone. But we still got the pearl. So the number of quote-unquote buildings that a villager could theoretically live in determines how many villagers there should be within a certain amount of space. And if the amount of villagers that there are is less than that number, then they will attempt to consume food to breed to bring their number up to that cap. This behavior is, as I said, highly and easily exploitable. Just I just want more cobblestone to finish the build. But I don't think more cobblestone is in the cards for me right now. So this means if I take a bunch of doors, and just do that, bam. This is now a very dense village without villagers. Because every one of these doors, in the mind of Minecraft's AI, counts as a house. It worked like this in earlier versions of the game. Though what I've had to do for this version is because this is the first version that introduced the villagers need to eat to do that. So that's why we have a carrot farm on the floor. And the last ingredient I'll need to satisfy this weird Love Shack cake is villagers. Specifically villagers that can harvest. So we'll be looking for brown-shirted farmer types. Right this very moment, we need to get our mob nets cleaned out. We have a witch, which does not like splitter as the first glassware. How about decanter? No. Gourd checks out, gourd checks out. Spiral is incorrect. What about this convenient decanter I'm hanging on to? No. Not a spiral. Not a decanter. Maybe a splitter. Because I'm out of gourds. It's gourds. So I'd better go make some more of those. You just relax in that cage. Which isn't going anywhere. I don't know what happened to that crystal. Nope, it burned in the correct place. Alright, I got some spare gourds now. Is this combination just 4 gourds? It is. The wise soul is 4 gourds. And now we have a soulless witch, whose first steps were the last steps she attempted to take before I captured her. And now she's just slowly decaying with no spirit to animate the body. That one goes over there into the soul cage. Death. Death to witch. I should have taken some stone out. I have attempted to automate the breaking and collection of stone from that sentient stone area. Haven't really figured that one out yet. Now, wise souls are 4 gourd. It's important to note that these combinations change from world to world. The ones that I have found and am using here, if you should choose to install this legacy version of Minecraft and install the intangible mod, your combinations will not be the same. They will also not be the same if you play for a while, delete your world, and then make a new world. So there's little point in keeping notes beyond the chest method that I'm using. So I have 2 more things I need to do here. One of them is collect some villagers to populate this place, for which we go to the village we discovered yesterday. The other thing we're going to need to do is build a whole second one of those. But that's going to require more cobblestone, which I don't have currently. And it's a little weird not to have cobblestone. It's just one of those resources that you always seem to generate by the ton. Running out is just strangeness. Wood, on the other hand, I'm always running out of wood because I spend so much time underground and not enough chopping wood up here on the surface. Neotech has a way to automate that, but that requires power. Power and other logistics concerns. like getting the chopped wood out of the machine and feeding an endless supply of axes into the machine. Because the Neotech, lumber yard machine, whatever they call it, it uses vanilla axes to do the cutting, which you have to constantly replace. I'm not out here to hunt, just leaving all the monsters alone. Well, I'm not going to take 2 witches. I need my nets for villagers. I think the witches are following me, based on what's happening on the map there. Looks like they gave up. How can it be so ridiculously difficult and complicated to just walk northeast? So much crap in the way. That is a zombie pack. I'm just trying to get to the village. And there's a mountain in my way. Just a whole ass mountain. Good opportunity to quarry some more cobble. Rabbits, interestingly enough, do not have souls. At least not as far as I've been able to tell. I've tried. Theoretically, they should have the 9 souls, because that's just how the mod works with passive creatures. But I don't think the developer took rabbits into account. Look at all the skeletons. I'm just trying to go somewhere. Here, specifically. Multiple witches again. Yeah, moon's full. Okay. Villagers. Perfect, they're all grouped up. This guy is going to be the star of the show. He has a normal brown shirt. He's going to count as a farmer. After that, I'll take a librarian. And then, who are you? Weaponsmith. Armorer. I think another librarian. In the long run, it won't matter. But in the short term, I think they're the more valuable ones. Oh yeah, there's a cleric in here, too. But I only have the 3 mob nets, so this is going to have to be the hall. Maybe we'll come back later to harvest some more of them. For now, though, our kidnapped victims are coming home with us. I forgot rabbits had drops this early. Does rabbit hide do anything yet? No? You can make leather from 4 of them. That's about all, though. Bundles don't exist yet. Sure glad we found the village, though, small and useless as it is. Because being able to capture existing villagers is a whole lot less hassle than having to cure zombie villagers and populate a village that way. I've had to do that before. I had a world once where I just couldn't find a village within 5 kilometers in any direction. There just wasn't one. So instead I had to go to the nether for blaze rods, work up a stock of, well, gold, make the weakness potions, and do the whole villager curing trick. And I had to keep repeating that until I got a villager that was the right shirt color to harvest crops, so he could actually run the breeding center like a de facto mayor. I've also reached the point in Neotech where I will always have a pocket battery. Because it's running my net gun, and it's running my electric sword. Electric armor is also coming up at some point. And the gold pocket battery is just not enough to run everything for very long. So I'm going to need to upgrade to diamond pocket batteries. We're inside of 300 meters. Getting there. Getting home. There's just giant mushrooms to contend with. And more cases of the terrain being weird. But at least I haven't run into any glitch chasms. Sometimes, back in these older versions of Minecraft, and especially in multiplayer, the game will just neglect to load a line of chunks of arbitrary length, and you'll just have a hole, a black hole of nothing that leads straight into the void. You have no choice but to go around. Or restart the world, I suppose, but that's less viable if you have other players in it. Anyway, we have our initial 3 stooges. We'll be going in here to tend the carrot supply. Enjoy. This is where you live now. It might help to get a totem pole somewhere that I can use to force grow their carrot crop. Oh, I got a free glowstone dust out of that witch. Pretty nice to have. Alright, what's the combination for crop growth? Zafkiel waltz. Flute drum. And of course, wind chimes would still help. I got the oak and wool pattern backwards again. Happens every time. One more log. I think it'll be easier here. Make sure the area is lit. Zombie looking to get our villagers. He can't. He can't get in. He would just have to look silly. Ocelot, obviously. Rabbit, sure. Could help. Totem base. Leaf. Chime. Drum. And our next move will be to tear this whole hill down to make another one of these right here. They have to be diagonal from each other. Otherwise, the interior blocks of one count as interior blocks from the doors of the other. And that cuts down on the amount of building per building. I swear what I said just made sense. At least the artificial village is acting as an attractor and keeping the zombies off of us. That's not much of a jump boost. I'm not impressed. Maybe that should be wolf instead. Yep, we need more building per building. There's the water and the lily pad. This would be a lot easier if gaining and losing buffs didn't suddenly move my inventory. That is not allowed to explode because the totem is here. All this nonsense needs to go. All of it. Get out. Be gone. And the rabbit totem is not working out. So I need to go get another dark oak block so I can make a wolf totem instead. Wolf grants a strength buff. So my electric-powered stone sword will do just fine. And this is all set to be another carrot farm. It just needs to be walled off and the locals dealt with. Even more cobblestone continues to be required. If these monsters want to get in my face, I will tear their souls out. And or harvest their bones. Okay. Zombie goes in the flesh stripper. So I can peel his skin off. And now he has bones. Convenient. I need bones. Spider. Spiders are always wide, so placing them in there sometimes does damage to me. Spiders are predatory. Gourd. Spiral. Double decanter. He was. This was why. This was why I told him that he was more right than he knew. A bone cage with a bellows pointed at it can blow the flesh clean off a zombie. Now the spider's soul has been removed, and it goes into my little soul tank. That spider is now brainless. Gourd. Spiral double decanter. Now I have the creeper, which is an unhinged soul. Splitter, gourd, spiral, spiral. In you go. Out you go. And there's the soul marching to its doom. Fair enough. It will certainly happen again. Because it's just a useful mechanic. Also, I have a lot of bows. I need to harvest skeletons for their bones. This gives me a surplus of skeleton-based weaponry. Also, way too much dirt. Just endless amounts of dirt. What is next on the docket? Well, we have a full charge. So I should probably use that full charge to grind up some more ore. Of the lot, we're kind of low on lead. And we can cook the tin dust because I don't think we'll need any more bronze for a bit. This stuff can hang out here because I'm not done crafting the second breeding cage just yet. And we can recharge our pocket battery. There's definitely need to get some charcoal going. And more sticks. Now with my tools rapidly wearing out, it's time to get back into the mines. How long has this redstone been here? Oh. Well, that's a problem. I guess that redstone's not for me. This is where I kind of had another strip line going. It really depends on which side of the skeleton war you're on. Aha, more redstone. Less pickaxe. We are once more down to emergency pickaxe. Uh-oh. That shouldn't be there. I don't remember ordering a hole. This goes down into our other strip mine. Got more cobblestone, which is certainly good. It'll help us build out our our thingy a little more. We got tin, we got lead. Things are picking up on the material front. The next major milestone is going to be the thermal binder. Two furnaces, two slime balls, another block of redstone. Really tired of the blocks of redstone. They make everything about this mod so costly. That should be enough miscellaneous garbage. thermal binder is also a machine with very high power demands. And I'm going to have to rearrange these cables to accommodate. Which of course will require more blocks of redstone, because I'll need energy interface pipes. So how is this going to work? And this chest might have to move as well. We've just managed our space poorly. So this got power coming out of that and going in here. Do I use another interface pipe? 2 interface pipes? Do structure pipes do anything for me here? I am starting to freeze a little bit. We can place 2 energy interface pipes, which by default are in insert mode, which is perfect. All I want to do is change this to extract mode. Put this generator up there. Because the thermal binder is a power-hungry machine that has to be attached directly to the main battery. That is 200 RF a tick. Now I can go crucible, alloyer, solidifier. And room for 2 more machines besides. That's not too bad. It might actually be time to consider a centrifuge. Ooh, not for that kind of cost. not for that kind of cost at all. So what that means is, as an example, Electric Crusher grinds 1 tin ore into 2 tin dust. The Crucible creates a strange number of dirty molten tin. An ingot's worth of dirty becomes an ingot of clean and a little bit of lava in the centrifuge. That's what it's for. It's, again, a very power-intensive process. So it's not exactly worth doing unless I have a lot more power generation. But the actual number there, I get my calculator up. 432 divided by the 144 of a single ingot, that's 3 ingots worth. That is ore tripling. At, of course, the extreme power cost involved. Also, I'm basically out of coal. That's what the charcoal's for. Torch supply and get some more power back into these batteries. And the thermal binder holds up to a bucket's worth of tin. That is an important number. It means I'm going to need another fluid tank. Specifically for tin. Because the thermal binder uses molten tin to perform upgrades. Once again, I'm going to exploit the way this works and melt an entire block at a time. Power generation is not going to like that. Also, what's with all these spiders squeaking around? Do they not know what I do to uninvited guests? Was it really just that one spider making all that noise? Nope, there were two of them. We are not currently set up for predatory. Oops. Gourd, spiral, decanter, decanter. Dead spiders by the power of science. I don't mind the free string once these bleed out. More fuel charcoal at the ready. More tin at the ready. Power is gaining, however slowly. More tin dust. And there we have our thermal binder full of tin and a tin tank. This is where we can start finally getting into upgrades. Neotech has a lot of them on offer, and the thermal binder is how they are applied. They're all made from empty motherboards, iron ingot surrounded by redstone. Not cheap. But what do they do after that? Well, there's a night vision upgrade for the electric helmet. You can put a sharpness upgrade directly on the sword. There's a silk touch upgrade, which just costs a book and quill and string. And you can have a silk touch pickaxe. That easy. Lots of armor upgrades, including de facto protection enchantment if you have the iron to spare. Mining speed, which functions like efficiency. The shovel upgrade. The shovel upgrade turns your pickaxe into also a shovel. That's all it does. Valuable in its own right, though not a whole hell of a lot. The lighting upgrade, for 2 blaze rods, consumes power from the pickaxe to place lights automatically. Area of effect gives you a configurable larger mining area. I think it's configurable. It might just automatically be big. Beheading for the weapon, looting for the sword, very important. Smite for the sword, fortune for the pickaxe. What I'm looking for specifically are the redstone and obsidian mining level upgrades, which must be applied, I believe, together. Might be wrong about that. I'll just try to do it without. So with our redstone, some iron, and a diamond. We burn basically all our redstone on motherboards. And let's make the electric pickaxe useful. There's the pickaxe. There's the obsidian mining upgrade. Each upgrade applied increases the amount of time that this takes. So it's 0 ticks by default with no upgrades at all. 200 ticks, I believe, per upgrade. At least that's what it looks like. So with just this upgrade, the pickaxe will go up to effectively a diamond pickaxe. But we're not done with it yet. We need fortune levels, but we don't have any emeralds. Maybe I can fix that. After all, a few of our captives over here are librarians, and we have a sugarcane farm. There are still only 3 of them. You buy string, that's not useful. You indeed buy paper. And you buy paper. So, let's go make some paper. Pretty much all of this was destined for paper anyway. This is just not where I expected the paper to end up. There. Take paper, give emeralds. Very simple transaction. I have 2 levels of fortune, which conveniently stack. Unfortunately, to do the next one, I'm going to need more redstone. Because everything about Neotech is expensive. It's kind of using the Ender IO school of thought when it comes to building costs. Ender IO also demanded blocks upon blocks of redstone for, if I remember right, capacitors, which went into everything. Power is building, which it's gonna need to. When I'm done with this, this is gonna be very expensive. In the meantime, probably going to need another emergency pick. And we need more redstone. Just a few more redstone ore. And then we can have a pick with Fortune 3. I think that's all I want on the pick. Is the up the mining level, fortune upgrade. Mining speed has potential, but not for that cost. And the lighting upgrade just costs more power. The shovel upgrade will help, though. So that's one less tool I have to carry. And an easy way of dealing with softer materials. But to do all that, we need to find more redstone. This also helps because it's, also quarrying cobblestone to build up the second villager breeder. Got some gold and some redstone. That didn't seem like enough redstone. There should never be just 2 blocks of it. But I guess that's how it works today. Here's more redstone. Excellent. This might be enough to serve our immediate purposes. It's also worth noting that the electric pickaxe only has room for 10 upgrades in total. They don't all have to be applied in a single operation, which makes the tools unique among Neotech thermal binder operations. It's also possible to remove upgrades from a tool. Whoa, this is a large redstone vein. I don't think I've seen that much redstone in one place before. And get some iron into the bargain. That's definitely enough for our purposes. Time to get out of here. And go back to the construction side of things. So we need another emerald for the third fortune upgrade. An iron shovel for the shovel upgrade. That's 3, 4, 5 upgrades. Mining level, fortune, mining speed, shovel. Actually, can fortune go above 3 when I do this? Be a waste of materials if it can't. That is fortune 4. Okay, let's go up to 5. And then a mining speed upgrade. Or, oh, there's also the AoE upgrade. Where did that go? Area effect. 2 pistons. That's going to be more important than mining speed. Or is it? No, I think I'm going to make 2 pickaxes, because I usually do. This one will be fortune and speed, and the other one can be AoE. But first, let me check in controls. What the heck is button 100? I don't think I have a button 100. Anyway, we're looking for Neotech Tool Armor Menu G. That's what I needed to see. So if I do give it an AoE upgrade, it will be configurable. So we're gonna do it. There we go. That's our pickaxe set. 1600 ticks at nearly full power. Let's get it rolling. Power is, of course, vanishing. Because this is 200 RF a tick, which I cannot support. I'm not sure if I'll be able to finish this. Even with both my pocket batteries. Almost halfway through. And we've lost less than half of our power. So, maybe this will work. $400 left. Yeah, I think we're good. The pickaxing is nearly complete. Bam. It is now fancy. And we can turn on or off the AoE power. The AoE power specifically being a 3x3. Not bad. That only cost us 20 millibuckets of molten tin. Our next great move is going to be to upgrade the sword, which might take 2 passes, and of course more redstone. But now we can collect more redstone as we mine. So the sword is going to need looting. Beheading is also a thought, but I don't know what beheading is good for. You'd think it would be good for wither skeleton skulls, but it's not. Skeleton skulls don't do anything. Zombie heads don't do anything. Creeper heads don't do anything. None of them have any crafting recipes, except for the Wither Skeleton Skull. And the Wither Skeleton Skull specifically doesn't count as a skull. It counts as a rare drop. So what we need is looting. And for looting we need blaze powder. So I need to get to the Nether. I can, however, give my sword Smite. I mean, there's an argument to be made for sharpness, but most of the monsters in the game classify as undead, and the ones that don't you can take out in just a few hits anyway. I'm also kind of wondering if I can get away with combining sharpness and smite. Normally you can't, but the electric sword is not normal. And it's not like Neotech has any documentation. So if we make 2 sharpness upgrades and 3 for smite, what happens? That's 5 upgrades, leaving space for looting. I could even give it a 4th smite. And then leave room for looting 4. So in goes the sword, in goes the perspective upgrades. That looks like enough power, but we're not also generating power. Oh well, hit it. While that's running, I want to get into the electric logger. To really solve the wood problem. 2 axes, 2 shears. The electric logger will need... Oh. The sword's done. It indeed has sharpness and smite. What fun. What power. So the electric logger will need a place to be and a power input. Hey, you over there. No, don't run away. Come this way so I can harvest your ender pearls. Where are you going? It's not fully sunrise yet. Nope, he's gone. And now he's not. And now he is. What? Stop dancing and fight. Where are you going? To die. Unfortunately, no pearl. Not even the block he was carrying. So, in order to run this electric logger, I'm probably going to need this generator. If I do it right, I won't need any structure pipe. Or any pipe at all. And saplings fit to make a tree farm. Actually, we'll need some structure pipe. Specifically for item interface. And some manner of storage. Okay. Tree farm right here. We're making good progress on intangible and all of your soul-ripping needs. But a lot of the future of it is gated behind the Nether, so we'll have to get there fairly soon. Because now that we're collecting souls, the next big step is what to do with them. And the answer is almost, but not quite, to eat them. So upon this plane do I place my logger. Connected to the logger of the generator. The logger demands an axe. It actually demands a lot more than one axe. But this is what we have right now. We can also have those saplings. But maybe not all of them. I think I need one more item interface pipe. Maybe two more. This part has always been a puzzle to me. Getting this automated. So our pipe on the right side is extraction, and our pipe on the left side extracts from the chest. What are we extracting from? Birch logs. Birch logs get pulled out of the logger and placed in the chest. What gets pulled out of the chest? Axes. Probably stone axes, because they are the least expensive, that are still effective. don't care about damage or NBT values, I think. Item interface extracts first available. One item per packet, big delay. You can filter to match NBT or addictive damage, so I don't want to match those. And then we have upgrade data. Alright, fill this with axes. It's ready to send axes, but there's no room. Now we should just need to fuel the thing. Which is going to involve, of course, more charcoal. This is also the point where we can start worrying about making machine upgrades, which uses this thing to bind those upgrades we've been reading about all this time. The control, processor expansion, and hard drive upgrades to a motherboard, and those go in your machines. And also in your interface pipes, and in basically everything except tanks. I think this machine also automatically plants trees in addition to automatically harvesting them, which is why I gave it a stock of saplings, and is also why I'm carrying diorite, because I want to leave room where I can access the stupid thing. Alright, let's get you some power. This consumes 200 RF per chop at a 5x5 block radius. So it would probably be in our best interest to separate the furnace from the logger by a battery. Also, a 5x5 block radius is not much. Most of that is taken up by our chest and stuff here. A 5x5 is just 2 blocks in every direction from the logger. Which I wouldn't really call enough space. So I guess this will be our first candidate for upgrades. By default, the range is 3 blocks around the farm. Saplings will be placed in the top right 3 slots, which will be planted. Oh, it just auto-planted. So it does have slightly greater range than I gave it credit for. Just a wee bit. Just a bit, see. Processors increase the break count, but that will also increase the cost. Two blocks every 2 seconds by default. Each processor adds 16 to the chop count. And we have our first grow and chop. There's the birchwood. Which is, of course, not being extracted. Because why would that ever work? Is birch an NBT thing? I don't know. It's just not pulling the birchwood out. It would do me no good to switch this to a blacklist, because that is the object I want to pull out. How about Ordict? Still no. Maybe it needs a matching insert pipe. Still no. And interface pipe extracts. You can filter. Processor, hard drive, control. Gives you redstone control. Expansion changes the extraction mode. So all of this is on the extraction end and has nothing to do with the insertion end. It's just not working at all on the extract from the logger front. I guess it needs an expansion slot to have it automatically output to the pipe. So I guess one processor. It needs hard drives, but I don't want to increase the range. Maybe it doesn't need hard drives. So I guess just a processor and an expansion. The axe was successfully replaced, that's good. The generator, on the other hand, is going to need hard drives to increase its storage space. And you know, expansion would be good too, so it can automatically pull birchwood into itself and burn that. So we need 2 boards. One for the logger, and one for the generator. The logger is just a processor, a diamond surrounded by redstone. We're out of redstone. So I guess we're ignoring the logger for now. The generator needs hard drives and an expansion upgrade. Expansion isn't even... Okay, expansion is iron, redstone, paper. Easily. Hard drives, mostly iron, gold, and redstone. Start the binding. Oh, that put the motherboard in there. That's not where I wanted it to go. Okay, so I didn't know you could do this. I just figured I'd try. So if you run the filled motherboard through the thermal binder again, it will remove all of the upgrades it's been given. In the past, I just assumed that a filled motherboard that you didn't want was wasted. There's our board. Okay, from the back. Yep, from the back we're extracting birchwood and burning it. This is not an ideal fuel at all, but it's functionally free and will keep the logger powered. And now this can essentially be left to its own devices. At least until I can get an upgrade into the logger, which is going to be a processor and an expansion so I can have it automatically eject the logs. That's it. We're building up power. Automatic wood generation is underway. And that is going to be where we leave it for the day. That is good progress. Be back tomorrow, and we'll consider trying to get into the Nether then, because that is where our next troubles lie. Let me get this wrench put away. Don't need that. Alrighty. Until then, see you next time.